Hey guys, tonight we begin with a confession. I have been thinking about ghosts. Not the kind that rattle chains or drift through Victorian hallways, those are someone else's department, but the kind that once weighed 200 kilograms and hung upside down from trees on an island off the southeast. Coast of Africa. The kind that left their bones in limestone caves and their absence in every forest that still stands. The kind that were real and alive and breathing the same tropical air that blows across Madagascar today, until quite recently, when they weren't. We are talking about the giant lemurs, and if you haven't heard of them, that is not your fault. It is ours. It is everyone's. Because somehow, the most extraordinary primate extinction in recorded history, an extinction that happened not in some incomprehensibly distant epoch but within the last few centuries, practically yesterday in evolutionary terms, within the lifespan of trees that are still standing, has been almost entirely overshadowed by dinosaurs, woolly mammoths, and the dodo. The dodo, a bird that had the misfortune to be fat and slow on a small island. The giant lemurs were primates, our own relatives, who filled ecological roles occupied elsewhere by gorillas, sloths, koalas, and baboons. And they vanished from an island that had been their private kingdom for 60 million years. They deserve better than obscurity. So settle in, dim the lights if you like, maybe put on some rain sounds, or don't silence works too, and silence is rather the point tonight. If you're new here, consider subscribing, leaving a like, maybe dropping a comment about where you're watching from, because I'm genuinely curious who else is awake at this hour thinking about extinct primates. This one is going to take a while. We have millions of years of evolution to cover, a cast of creatures stranger than anything a screenwriter would dare invent, and a story that ends as so many of our best stories do, with us walking in and everything else walking out. The giant lemurs of Madagascar didn't go extinct because they were flawed. They didn't vanish because evolution made a mistake, or because the island ran out of room, or because nature simply moved on to more interesting projects. They went extinct because we arrived, and we were the flaw. That is the thesis. Let me show you why it holds. Madagascar broke away from the Indian subcontinent roughly 88 million years ago. It had already separated from mainland Africa long before that, around 160 million years ago during the Jurassic, when the supercontinent Gondwana was coming apart like a slow-motion argument between continents that could no longer agree on boundaries. By the time the dust settled, if dust is the right word for tectonic events spanning tens of millions of years, Madagascar was alone. Completely, profoundly, magnificently alone. An island the size of France, the fourth largest island on Earth, sitting in the Indian Ocean like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle that had wandered away from the table and refused to come back. 400 kilometers of the Mozambique Channel separated it from the African mainland. That distance might not sound like much. You could fly it in under an hour. But for terrestrial animals without boats, 400 kilometers of open ocean is a wall. A permanent, impassable wall of salt water and currents and drowning. And that wall, that isolation, is where our story begins. Because isolation, in evolutionary terms, is not a limitation. It is an invitation. It is evolution's way of saying, here is an empty canvas, and you have all the time in the world. There is a principle in biology called the island rule, and it is one of those ideas that sounds almost too neat to be true, which is probably why it keeps getting debated and refined and argued over in journals with very small fonts and very passionate reviewers. The basic version goes like this. When animals colonize islands, strange things happen to their size. Small animals, freed from the predators and competitors that kept them modest on the mainland, tend to get larger. Large animals, constrained by the limited resources of island life, tend to get smaller. It is not a law in the way gravity is a law. There are exceptions, complications, asterisks the size of footnotes, but the pattern is real enough that it shows up again and again across the world's islands. Dwarf elephants on Mediterranean islands during the Pleistocene, giant rats on Flores, dwarf hippos on Crete, on Cyprus, and on Madagascar itself, giant tortoises on the Galapagos and the Seychelles, giant insects on remote Pacific atolls. Island dwarfism and island gigantism are two sides of the same coin, and the coin is isolation. Take an animal out of the competitive and predatory context that shaped it, put it on an island where the rules are different, and watch what happens to its body over thousands and millions of years. What happens, frequently, is that it becomes something its mainland relatives would not recognize. Madagascar was the ultimate laboratory for this process, because it was not a small island. It was enormous, nearly 600,000 square kilometers of land, spanning more than 14 degrees of latitude, with mountain ranges and rainforests and deserts and river systems and every habitat gradient you could ask for. It was big enough to sustain large, complex ecosystems. But it was isolated enough that only a handful of mammalian lineages ever made it across the channel. No monkeys, no apes, no ungulates in the conventional sense, no bears, no cats, no dogs. The mammals that did arrive, lemurs, tenrecs, native rodents, carnivorans of the mongoose family, arrived by accident, by rafting on floating vegetation, blown across the Mozambique Channel by currents that, during the Eocene, actually flowed eastward rather than westward as they do today. Once they arrived, they found an island of extraordinary ecological richness and almost no competition. The niches were open, the stage was empty, and the new arrivals did what any group of organisms does when handed an empty world: they radiated. To understand why Madagascar produced giant lemurs, you need to understand what Madagascar did not produce. It did not produce monkeys. This is the critical fact. On every major landmass, Africa, Asia, the Americas, monkeys and apes evolved to fill the ecological roles that medium to large-bodied, intelligent, socially complex primates tend to fill. They became the fruit eaters in the canopy, the leaf strippers in the mid-story, the omnivores on the ground, the seed dispersers, the insect extractors. They diversified into hundreds of species and dominated primate ecology on every continent they reached. But they never reached Madagascar. The channel was too wide, the currents too wrong, the odds too long. The ancestors of lemurs crossed that channel probably in the Eocene, roughly 50 to 60 million years ago, probably on a raft of tangled vegetation during a storm, probably as a tiny, shrew-sized nocturnal creature clinging to a root and hoping, if such a creature could hope, that the water would end and found themselves on an island where monkeys would never follow. The implications were staggering. Every ecological niche that monkeys and apes would eventually fill on the mainland was available. Every fruit, every leaf, every branch, every forest floor, all of it, uncontested, for 60 million years. Adaptive radiation is the technical term, and it is one of the great spectacles of evolutionary biology. It is what happens when a single lineage, finding itself in an environment full of unoccupied ecological niches, diversifies rapidly to fill them. Darwin's finches on the Galapagos are the textbook example, though calling them that does a slight disservice to the scope of what happened on Madagascar, which was finches writ large finches taken to their logical extreme and then some. The cichlid fishes of the African Great Lakes are another example, with hundreds of species emerging from a single ancestor. But the lemurs of Madagascar may be the most dramatic case of all, because they were primates, our distant cousins, members of the same order we belong to, and they evolved to fill roles that, on other land masses, belong to entirely different kinds of animals. Some became like monkeys, walking the ground and cracking nuts. Some became like squirrels, scurrying through the canopy. Some became like mice, tiny and nocturnal and specialized. Some became like woodpeckers, the eye, with its skeletal middle finger and its rodent-like incisors, tapping on wood and listening for the echo of insect larvae, is essentially a primate that decided to be a bird, and no one told it that was absurd. And some became giants. Giants the size of gorillas, giants that moved like sloths, giants with faces like nothing else in the entire history of the primate order. This is the part of the story where you realize that Madagascar was not just an island, but a parallel universe, a place where the primate body plan was tested in configurations that evolution never attempted anywhere else. Because everywhere else, the niches were already taken. On Madagascar, the niches were empty. And the lemurs answered the call with a creativity that, if you are the kind of person who finds evolutionary biology moving, and if you are watching this at whatever hour it is, you probably are borders on the poetic. The thing about island evolution, though, is that it produces creatures exquisitely adapted to the world as it is, not the world as it might become, not the world with new arrivals, not the world with fire and axes and cattle and the relentless, accumulating pressure of a species that reshapes every landscape it touches. The world as the island has constructed it, over millions of years of slow, patient, undisturbed negotiation between species. Every animal that evolves on an island is a specialist in a conversation that only the island understands. The grammar is local, the vocabulary is specific, and when the terms of that conversation change, when someone who was not part of the original agreement shows up and starts rewriting the rules, the specialists are the first to fall. The generalists, the small ones, the ones who can hide and breed fast and eat anything they survive. The specialists, the large ones, the ones whose bodies are precisely calibrated to a world that no longer exists, they do not. The giant lemurs were not failures of evolution, they were masterpieces of it. 60 million years of refinement, of trial and error, of natural selection testing every variation and keeping the ones that worked, produced animals that were perfectly, beautifully, fatally adapted to their island. But they were masterpieces, painted on a canvas that someone was about to set on fire. We will get to the fire. First, let us meet the painters, and then the paintings themselves. Chapter 2. A primate like no other, the lemur blueprint. Before we talk about the giants, we need to talk about lemurs in general, because there is a persistent and irritating misconception that lemurs are simply primitive monkeys, evolutionary rough drafts that never quite made it to the final version. This notion is pervasive enough that you encounter it in casual conversation, in poorly written nature documentaries, and, occasionally, in the attitude of primatologists who really should know better. It is wrong. It is wrong in the way that calling a shark a failed dolphin would be wrong, or calling a fern a failed oak, or calling Japanese a failed English. Lemurs are not primitive anything. They are strepsirrhine primates, members of a lineage that diverged from the lineage leading to monkeys, apes and humans, somewhere around 60 to 70 million years ago, deep in the Paleocene, when the age of dinosaurs was a recent and still smouldering memory. They are not our ancestors, they are not our predecessors, they are not a first draft that we improved upon. They are our cousins, separated by an ocean of time, who took a different evolutionary path and followed it to places we never went. And the path they followed was genuinely, deeply different. Lemur biology is full of features that seem, from the perspective of a monkey or an ape, almost alien. Consider the tooth comb a structure so distinctive that it serves as a defining characteristic of the entire strepsirrhine suborder. It consists of a row of narrow, forward-projecting lower incisors and canines that form a comb-like structure used not for eating but for social grooming, raking through each other's fur with a precision and delicacy that suggests grooming was never an afterthought for these animals, but a central social activity, important enough that they evolved specialized dental equipment for it. No monkey has a tooth comb. No ape has a tooth comb. It is a distinctly strepsirrhine invention, shared with lorises and galagos on other continents, and its presence tells you something fundamental about the priorities of these primates. They invested biological capital in social bonds. They built tools for tenderness directly into their mouths. Then there is the tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina that bounces light back through the photoreceptor cells a second time, effectively doubling the eye's sensitivity to low light levels. This is why lemurs have that eerie, lamp-like eye shine when you catch them in a flashlight beam at night, that green or orange glow that makes them look, for a startling moment, like creatures from a fantasy rather than a forest. Many lemurs are nocturnal or cathemeral, meaning they are active at varying and unpredictable times of day and night, and the tapetum lucidum is their adaptation for the dark hours. The trade-off, and there is always a trade-off in biology, is that their daytime visual acuity is poor compared to monkeys and apes. The reflective layer that enhances sensitivity scatters light in a way that reduces resolution. They see well in the dark, but in bright daylight, the world is a bit blurry. This is not a deficiency. It is a strategy. A different solution to the problem of being a primate in a seasonal, unpredictable, resource-scarce environment where the night hours matter as much as the day, where being able to find food after sunset can mean the difference between surviving the lean season and not. Then there is female dominance, and this one really does surprise people. In most lemur species, females are socially dominant over males. They eat first. They choose where the group travels. They win agonistic encounters, conflicts, confrontations, disputes over resources consistently and reliably. Males defer. This is almost unheard of among anthropoid primates. Among monkeys and apes, males typically dominate females through superior size, greater aggression, and the implicit or explicit threat of physical force. Male gorillas are twice the size of females. Male baboons have canine teeth like daggers. Male chimpanzees form coalitions to control access to females. But in lemurs, sexual dimorphism is minimal. Males and females are roughly the same size, sometimes indistinguishable in the field, and females call the shots. Why? Patricia Wright, one of the foremost primatologists studying lemurs, who spent decades at Ranamafana National Park in Madagascar and played a pivotal role in establishing it as a protected area, they proposed what she called the energy frugality hypothesis in 1999. The idea, building on earlier work by Alison Jolly, is that Madagascar's highly seasonal environment with its unpredictable rains, its brutal dry seasons, its limited and unevenly distributed resources favoured a comprehensive suite of energy-saving adaptations. Small brains relative to body size, because brains are metabolically expensive and Madagascar's resources couldn't always fuel large ones. Rapid development and early weaning of offspring, because the window of resource availability was narrow and you needed your young to be independent quickly. Low basal metabolic rates, because burning energy slowly is the only way to survive an environment where energy is scarce. And female dominance, which ensures that the sex responsible for the most energetically costly biological activity, pregnancy, and lactation gets priority access to food. If anyone is going to eat first on Madagascar, it should be the one growing the next generation inside her body. It is not that lemurs are primitive, it is that they are frugal. They evolved on an island where waste was punished, and every calorie counted, and the animals that survived were the ones that found the most efficient way to spend the least. An alternative hypothesis, the evolutionary disequilibrium hypothesis, proposed by Carol van Schaik and Peter Kappeler in 1996, suggested that the unusual traits of living lemurs might be a transitional state, that the surviving lemurs were in the process of evolving to fill the niches left empty by the recently extinct giants, and that their cathemerality and gregariousness were signs of a lineage moving toward the monkey-like lifestyles that the giants had occupied. It was an interesting idea, but when Laurie Godfrey and her colleagues looked at the actual biology of the giant lemurs, their brain sizes, their eye sockets, their tooth development, their metabolic indicators, they found that the giants shared the same lemur traits as the small survivors. The giants were not monkey-like, they were lemur-like, scaled up. The energy frugality hypothesis, Godfrey argued, explained both the living and the dead. Now here is the remarkable thing, the thing that makes the giant lemurs not just big, but genuinely extraordinary. They took the entire lemur blueprint, the frugality, the slow metabolism, the female dominance, the tooth comb, the rapid dental development, the low visual acuity, the small relative brain size, and they built it large. You might expect that a lemur the size of a gorilla would have converged on gorilla-like biology. Surely at that size you need a big brain. Surely at that size you need good daytime vision. Surely at that size male dominance becomes mechanically advantageous. But the giant lemurs did not converge on gorilla biology. Studies of their skulls show that their brains were small for their body mass smaller than comparably sized apes. The ratio of their orbital size to their optic canal size indicates poor daytime visual acuity they saw in dim light, not in sharp daylight detail. They showed minimal sexual dimorphism, which strongly suggests that female dominance persisted even at gorilla sizes. Their teeth developed rapidly, indicating fast maturation unlike gorillas and other great apes, which take years and years to reach adulthood. The giant lemurs seem to have grown up quickly, as if Madagascar's seasonal clock allowed no time for a prolonged childhood. And they were slow. Studies of their semicircular canals, the fluid-filled structures in the inner ear that act as biological gyroscopes, providing information about head movement, balance, and agility, confirm that the giant lemurs were deliberate, unhurried animals. The semicircular canals of agile animals are large relative to body size, because fast movement requires sensitive balance detection. The canals of slow animals are relatively small. The giant lemurs' canals were small. The koala lemurs moved slower than orangutans. The monkey lemurs were less agile than old-world monkeys of comparable size. The sloth lemurs exhibited canal dimensions consistent with the slow, careful movements of lorises and tree sloths. These were not primates in a hurry. They did not leap. They did not sprint. They climbed, they hung, they walked, they reached, they chewed, and they did all of it at a pace that suggests an animal with nowhere to be and no one chasing it. Because for 60 million years on their island, that was true. There was nowhere to be. There was no one chasing them. There was only the forest, and the food, and the slow turning of the seasons, and the deep, untroubled patience of an animal that has all the time in the world. What this means, and what makes it so important for understanding what was lost, is that the giant lemurs were not merely big lemurs. They were proof of concept. They demonstrated that you could be a primate the size of a gorilla without being anything like a gorilla. That there was more than one way to be big, more than one way to be successful, more than one solution to the problem of being a large animal in a forest. The gorilla solution, big brain, slow reproduction, male dominance, high visual acuity, social complexity mediated by intelligence was one answer. The giant lemur solution, small brain, fast maturation, female dominance, dim light vision, social life mediated by grooming and scent, and the ancient strepsirrhine toolkit was another. Both answers worked. Both answers were tested by natural selection over millions of years and found viable. One answer still exists. The other is bones in a cave. And the one that survived is not necessarily the better answer. It is merely the answer that did not encounter an island full of humans with fire. Chapter 3. The giants themselves, a tour of the impossible. Let us meet them, one by one, because they deserve that. They deserve to be more than a list, more than a footnote, more than a parenthetical aside in a textbook about extinction. They were real animals. They had weight and presence and mass and texture. They had habits and diets and ways of moving through the world that we can reconstruct painstakingly from the bones they left behind. They had individual lives, births and deaths, and days spent eating and resting and moving through forests that no longer exist as they existed then. So here they are, the giant lemurs of Madagascar, in something like the order of their strangeness, and they are all strange. That is part of what makes them magnificent. Start with the one that breaks your sense of scale entirely. Archaeoindris fontoinontii, the gorilla lemur, the largest primate ever to evolve on Madagascar, and among the largest primates that have ever lived anywhere on Earth, exceeded in estimated mass only by Gigantopithecus blacki, the colossal ape of Pleistocene, Southeast Asia. Archaeoindris weighed approximately 160 kilograms, 350 pounds, based on the most rigorous estimates available, which used the cortical bone area of the femur, rather than the cruder and less reliable methods of scaling from tooth size or overall femoral head diameter. Earlier estimates, using those cruder methods, had placed it as high as 244 kilograms over 500 pounds, which would have made it larger than any gorilla. Even the more conservative current estimate puts it solidly in gorilla territory. An adult male gorilla typically weighs between 140 and 180 kilograms. Archaeoindris was, in other words, a lemur the size of a silverback, but it was not a silverback. It was a member of the sloth lemur family, the Paleopropithecidae, with arms considerably longer than its legs, a skull that was wide and short with a small brain case, poor daytime vision as indicated by its orbital anatomy, and a diet consisting mostly of leaves processed by powerful jaws with a fused mandibular symphysis, the joining of the two halves of the lower jaw, fused early in development to withstand the forces of thorough chewing. Its skull bore a low, broad sagittal crest, a ridge of bone running along the top of the cranium, where the temporalis muscles, the great jaw-closing muscles, attached, and its face was shorter and flatter than that of its closest relative, Paleopropithecus, with eyes directed more forward, as if it were built to look at things head-on. We know Archaeoindris from only one site, Ampasamba in the central highlands of Madagascar. Only one site on the entire island has yielded its remains. And those remains are sparse, just 2 jawbone fragments and a complete mandible from the original 1909 discovery by Herbert Standing, a complete skull found later by Charles Lamberton, and a grand total of 6 postcranial bones, 2 humeri, a damaged ulna, and 3 femurs, 2 of which belong to a juvenile. That is all. That is the entire physical record of the largest primate that ever evolved in isolation on an island. Ampasamba today is treeless grassland, dominated by the fire-adapted grass genus Aristida. It supports 4 lemur species. Subfossil deposits at the same site have yielded 20. Archaeoindris was already rare when humans arrived. Radiocarbon dating of specimens from the site places some as old as 8,000 years before present, and the most recent at roughly 2,000, 300 years before present, which means it was still alive, probably. When the first human settlers reached western Madagascar around 350 BCE, an animal that weighed as much as a gorilla, that moved slowly, that lived in forests that were about to be burned, that had no experience of human hunters, it did not need to be common to be magnificent. It also did not need to be common to be extinct. Rarity, in the face of what was coming, was a death sentence. Now consider Paleopropithecus, the sloth lemur proper, and the animal that most perfectly illustrates what convergent evolution can accomplish when it is given enough time and the right set of empty niches. 3 species are recognized: Paleopropithecus ingens, P. maximus, and the more recently described P. kellius, found in northwestern Madagascar and formally named in 2009. The largest species could weigh over 45 kilograms, roughly 100 pounds, though they were built in a way that made them seem larger than their weight might suggest, because everything about their body was oriented toward a single extraordinary purpose: hanging. Their arms were enormously long relative to their legs, giving them an intermembral index well over 100, the highest of any known lemur, living or extinct. Their fingers and toes were long and powerfully curved, forming natural hooks. Their shoulders were mobile, their hips flexible, their spine configured for a body that spent its life inverted. They moved through the canopy upside down, hand over hand, in a mode of locomotion so startlingly similar to South American tree sloths that the first researchers who correctly understood their anatomy immediately saw the parallel and coined the name sloth lemurs. The resemblance is not superficial. It extends to the curvature of the phalanges, the finger and toe bones, which, in Paleopropithecus, are among the most curved of any mammal ever studied, indicating an animal that relied almost entirely on suspensory locomotion. Even the wrist bones are convergent, the scaphoid of P. Ingens has an elongated, downward-directed tubercle that closely resembles the same bone in Chelopus, the living 2-toed sloth of Central and South America. And yet sloths are not primates. They are xenarthrans, members of a completely different superorder of mammals, separated from lemurs by over 100 million years of evolutionary divergence. Their last common ancestor was a small, generalized mammal that lived during the age of dinosaurs. Paleopropithecus and tree sloths arrived at the same solution to the same problem: how to move slowly and energy efficiently through a 3-dimensional forest canopy while eating leaves from opposite ends of the problem. Mammalian family tree, on opposite sides of the planet, with no contact, no communication, no shared heritage, beyond the deep, deep commonality of being mammals at all. This is convergent evolution at its most poetic. 2 lineages, 2 land masses, 2 oceans of separation, independently inventing the same body, the same posture, the same slow, inverted, hook-handed, leaf-eating way of being alive. The word for this in biology is homoplasy, and when you see it this clearly, this completely, It tells you something important about the nature of evolution itself, that the problems posed by environments are real and specific, and the solutions, though arrived at independently, converge because physics and ecology and the mathematics of energy expenditure do not change between hemispheres. Paleopropithecus survived until approximately 500 years ago. The most recent radiocarbon dates for P. ingens come from the southwest of Madagascar and cluster around 500 years before present, roughly 1500 CE. The era of European exploration, the Renaissance, the early days of the global age. Some of the trees it hung from may still be standing. The branches are empty now, but the branches are still there, still shaped by the forces of a forest that once supported a 45-kilogram animal, hanging inverted from them for hours at a time. If you know what to look for, and most of us do not, the architecture of the trees still carries the memory of the body that used them. When the first European naturalists heard descriptions of Paleopropithecus from Malagasy villagers in the 17th century, they did not know what to make of it. Étienne de Flacourt, the French colonial governor of the southern part of Madagascar, recorded in his 1658 book Histoire de la Grande Isle Madagascar a local account of an animal called the tretretretre or tretretretre, an animal as big as a 2-year-old calf. With a round head and a human face, the front feet are monkey-like, and the rear ones as well. It has frizzy hair, a short tail, and human-like ears. It resembles the tantese, which is found in the areas near Lipumami. It is a very solitary animal. The local people fear it greatly and flee from it as it does from them. Scholars are not certain whether the tretretretre was Paleopropithecus or Megalodapis. The descriptions could fit either, and the Malagasy folk memory may have blended features from more than one species. But it is clear that in 1658 the people of southern Madagascar still remembered, or still occasionally encountered, an animal that was large enough and primate-like enough to be described in terms that conjure both familiarity and horror. A human face, monkey feet, frizzy hair, a creature that feared people and was feared in return. By the time Western science caught up, the animal was gone, and the early paleontologists working from jumbled bones dredged out of marshes got the reconstruction spectacularly wrong. Herbert Standing, in the early 20th century, proposed that Paleopropithecus was an aquatic animal, a swimmer that kept its nostrils above water like a hippopotamus. His reasoning was based on postcranial bones that he had incorrectly associated with the skull, bones that actually belonged to other species. Giuseppe Serra, an Italian paleontologist, went further. He reconstructed Paleopropithecus as an arboreal aquatic acrobat that not only swam in water but climbed trees and dove from the branches into rivers. Serra extended his aquatic theory to Megalodapis, which he envisioned as a thin, ray-like swimmer that fed on mollusks and crustaceans while concealed underwater. I want to pause on that image for a moment. A leading paleontologist, in a published scientific paper, proposed that a primate the size of a large human being swam like a manta ray and ate shellfish. These were not marginal cranks. They were working scientists, publishing in journals, taken seriously by their peers. The bones had been so badly mixed between species that the researchers were, quite literally, building impossible animals from mismatched parts. It was paleontological Frankenstein work, conducted in good faith with bad data. It took decades of patient, meticulous work by Charles Lamberton and others to sort the mess out, to match the right skulls with the right limbs, and to realize that Paleopropithecus was not a swimmer but a hanger, a creature of canopy and quiet, suspended between sky and earth, eating leaves in the silence of a forest where no one was in a hurry. Then there is Megalodapis, the koala lemur, and perhaps the strangest face in the entire history of primates. 3 species are known. M. edwardsi, the largest, weighing an estimated 85 kilograms. M. grandidieri, somewhat smaller, and M. madagascariensis, the first to be described, from a long, narrow skull pulled from a marsh in central Madagascar by Charles Emmanuel Forsyth Major in 1893. Megalodapis had a massive, elongated skull, unlike anything else in the primate order. Its face was long, almost bovine, with prominent brow ridges and a cranium that was small relative to the face, a lot of jaw, not a lot of brain. It had no upper incisors, which is startling for a primate and suggests a very specialized way of feeding. The current thinking is that Megalodapis had a large, mobile, possibly prehensile upper lip, like a rhinoceros or a cow, that it used to grasp and strip leaves from branches, compensating for the absence of the front teeth that most primates use for the initial bite. Imagine a primate, the weight of a large man, built like a stocky, barrel-chested climber, with huge hands and feet that gripped tree trunks the way a koala grips a eucalyptus, inching up the bark and reaching out with thick lips to tear leaves from surrounding branches. Its body was squat, its limbs were powerful, its movements, based on semicircular canal analysis, were slower than those of an orangutan. It was a koala, made by evolution in the primate mould, on an island where koalas had never existed and the niche was open. In 2021, a team of researchers from Penn State, the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and other institutions sequenced a nuclear genome from a roughly 1,500-year-old Megalodapis edwardsii jawbone. The genome confirmed something that morphologists had debated for decades. Megalodapis was not most closely related to the sportive lemurs of the family Lepidlemuridae, as similarities in skull and molar teeth had long suggested, but rather to the family Lemuridae, the family that includes the ring-tailed lemur, the ruffed lemurs, and the brown lemurs. This was a significant finding, because it demonstrated that the koala-like morphology of Megalodapis was entirely convergent, not inherited from a koala-like ancestor, but independently evolved from a lemur ancestor that looked nothing like a koala. Evolution had taken a standard lemur and reshaped it, over millions of years, into something that could cling to tree trunks and strip foliage with its face. The genome also shed light on aspects of its biology that bones alone could not reveal, including its immune system, its sensory capabilities, and genetic signatures of population decline. Megalodapis went extinct between roughly 1,280 and 1,420 CE. Some researchers have noted, with the kind of quiet devastation that only a paleontologist familiar with tree biology can muster, that there are individual baobab trees and tamarind trees in Madagascar's remaining forests that are old enough, comfortably old enough to have been alive when the last Megalodapis clung to a trunk and died without descendants. Below the canopy, on the forest floor, walked the monkey lemurs, and these complete the picture of a primate radiation so diverse that it mimicked the entire range of primate lifestyles found on other continents. Archaeolemur, sometimes called the baboon lemur, came in two species A, majori, and A. edwardsii, and weighed between 13 and 35 kilograms. It was the most terrestrial of the giant lemurs, with short, robust forelimbs and relatively flat digits suited for walking on the ground rather than gripping branches. Its body plan was convergent on Old World monkeys, particularly macaques and baboons, to such a degree that early researchers classified it close to the Cercopithecid family. It had a heavy jaw, good daytime vision relative to other lemurs. Its orbital anatomy suggests it was the most visually acute of the giant lemurs, though still not matching monkeys, and a large brain by lemur standards, though still small by anthropoid standards, and its diet was gloriously eclectic. Fecal pellets preserved alongside Archaeolemur bones, yes. Fossilized feces, one of the great unsung resources of paleontology, reveal a generalized omnivorous diet that included plant material, seeds, and a substantial component of small vertebrates. It ate animals, it ate plants, it cracked nuts. It was, in ecological terms, the Swiss Army knife of the giant lemur community, flexible, adaptable, widespread. Archaeolemur was possibly the most widely distributed of all the giant lemurs. Hundreds of subfossil specimens are known from sites across Madagascar, from the northern Ankarana Massif to the southwestern coast. It may also have been one of the very last of the giant lemurs to disappear. Radiocarbon dates from Ankarana place it as late as 975 CE, plus or minus 50 years. At the Ankarana Massif, where human population density remained low until nearly 1500 CE, Archaeolemur held on for over 1,000 years after humans first arrived on the island. 1,000 years. That is not a species that collapsed overnight. That is a species that fought for every century, retreating incrementally, hanging on in refugia where human pressure was light, declining slowly, population by population, until the last one was gone and the ground-walking, nut-cracking, small animal-catching niche of the Malagasy forest stood empty. Its close relative Hadropithecus stenognathus was a different animal with a different story. Where Archaeolemur was generalized, Hadropithecus was specialized. Its skull was remarkable, deep-jawed, flat-faced, with enormous chewing muscles and teeth adapted for processing hard, resistant foods. The resemblance to the robust Australopithecines of Africa, Paranthropus boisei and P. Robustus, the nut-cracker men of the human evolutionary lineage, was striking enough that Clifford Jolly noted the convergence over 40 years ago, and the comparison has been a fixture of the literature ever since. But recent research has complicated the picture. Elizabeth Dumont and colleagues reconsidered the Hadropithecus skull using finite element analysis, a kind of virtual stress test that models how forces distribute through bone during biting, and found that despite its superficial resemblance to hard object feeders, Hadropithecus may actually have been better suited to processing tough, but not necessarily hard foods. The difference matters. Hard foods, like nuts, require high peak forces to crack. Tough foods, like fibrous leaves or unripe fruit, require sustained repetitive chewing. Hadropithecus may have been more of a heavy chewer than a shell cracker. Isotopic evidence suggests it fed heavily on cam plants, the succulent, drought-adapted plants of the spiny forests, which would have been fibrous and tough rather than hard and brittle. The Hadropithecus conundrum, as Dumont called it, is a reminder that skulls can be misleading, that convergence in form does not always mean convergence in function, and that the extinct animals we study are full of surprises even when we think we understand them. Then there was Pakai lemur, the giant ruffed lemur, in two species P. insignis and P. Julii, weighing 10 to 13 kilograms, roughly 3 times the size of the living ruffed lemurs to which they were closely related and which they strongly resembled. Pakai lemur was a fruit-eater, an arboreal quadruped, and this is the crucial point, probably the single most important large seed disperser among the extinct lemurs. Living ruffed lemurs are already excellent seed dispersers. The black and white ruffed lemur can swallow seeds up to 30 millimeters in diameter. Pakai lemur, at 3 times the size, could almost certainly handle even larger seeds. When Pakai lemur disappeared, those seeds, the seeds of trees that had evolved over millions of years to be eaten and carried and deposited elsewhere, lost their transport system. The trees are still producing the fruit. The seeds are still falling. There is simply no one left to carry them. And finally, there was the giant ii, Daubentonia robusta, 2.5 to 5 times the size of the living ii, weighing up to 14 kilograms, with the same ever-growing rodent-like incisors and the same eerie elongated middle finger, the percussive foraging tool that makes the ii one of the strangest mammals on Earth. The giant ii tapped on wood in the dark, just like its living relative. It listened for the hollow reverberations that betrayed the presence of grubs beneath the bark. It gnawed through the wood with its incisors and extracted the larvae with its skeletal finger, and when humans arrived in Madagascar, they collected its teeth and drilled holes in them to make necklaces. It is difficult to know what to do with that piece of information. It sits in the mind like a stone. Someone killed this animal, took its teeth, made them into jewelry. Whether that was ritual or decoration or simply the universal human impulse to make something beautiful from something dead, we do not know. What we know is that the teeth exist, drilled and strung, in collections, and the animal does not. There were others still. Mesopropithecus, the smallest of the sloth lemurs, at 10 to 12 kilograms, in 3 species M, pithecoids, M, globiceps, and M. Dolichobrachion, the last of which was not described until 1995. Babacocha rhadophili, discovered in 1986 by a team led by Elwyn Simons in the karst caves of the Ankarana Massif, a sloth lemur intermediate in size and anatomy between Mesopropithecus and Paleopropithecus, with the curved fingers and suspensory adaptations of the family but at a smaller, more manageable scale. Each of these animals was a variation on a theme. The island asks a question. How do you eat leaves at the top of the canopy if you are too big to leap? How do you process hard seeds on the forest floor? How do you disperse the giant fruits that no bird can carry? How do you extract grubs from wood in the dark? And the lemur lineage provides an answer. Every giant lemur was a solution, and every solution worked until the problem changed. Mini documentary, The Sloth That Wasn't. There is a concept in evolutionary biology called convergent evolution, and we have been circling it throughout this script, but it deserves a moment of focused attention. Because what happened with the sloth lemurs is one of the cleanest, most beautiful, and most philosophically interesting examples of convergence in the entire fossil record. Imagine two planets. On the first planet, a lineage of xenarthran mammals distantly related to armadillos and anteaters evolves, over 30 million years, into animals that hang upside down from branches in tropical forests. Moving slowly, eating leaves, conserving energy through a metabolism so low that algae grows on their fur. These are the sloths of Central and South America, the two-toed sloths, Choloepus, and the three-toed sloths, Bradypus. They are so famously slow that moths have evolved to live in their fur, feeding on the algae and laying eggs in their dung. On the second planet, a lineage of strepsirrhine primates distantly related to monkeys and apes evolves, over tens of millions of years, into animals that hang upside down from branches in tropical forests, moving slowly, eating leaves, conserving energy through the low metabolic rate that characterizes their entire lineage. These are the sloth lemurs of Madagascar, Paleopropithecus, Babacotia, Mesopropithecus, and, in a more terrestrial variation, Archaeoindris. Now erase the second planet, collapse it into the first. Realize that both lineages evolved on the same planet, on the same Earth, separated by the entire width of the Atlantic Ocean plus the Indian Ocean, with no contact whatsoever, from ancestors that last shared a common gene pool over 100 million years ago, and yet they arrived at the same body plan, the same curved fingers, the same long arms, the same inverted posture, the same slow, deliberate, energy-conserving locomotion. The same leaf-based diet. Even specific skeletal features converge. The scaphoid bone in the wrist of Paleopropithecus has the same elongated tubercle found in the wrist of Choloepus, a detail so specific that it would be easy to mistake one for the other if you encountered the bones out of context. This is not coincidence. This is the universe telling you something about the structure of ecological problems. A tropical forest canopy viewed as an engineering challenge presents a specific set of constraints, branches of varying diameter, leaves distributed at the tips of those branches, gravity pulling you down, energy costs of movement, predation risk from below. If you are a large mammal that eats leaves and lives in this environment, there are only so many ways to solve the problem efficiently. You can be an agile leaper, but that requires high energy expenditure. You can be a slow climber like a koala that works too, and Megalodapis took that route. Or you can hang, inverted, beneath the branches, reaching out to strip leaves without fighting gravity on every ascent. Hanging is energy cheap. It requires strong, hooked hands and feet, mobile shoulders and hips, a flexible spine, and a metabolism content to operate at low speed. It is, in a word, sloth-like. And the reason sloths and sloth lemurs look alike is not that they copied each other, but that the forest gave them the same exam, and they independently wrote the same answer. The eerie thing about the sloth lemurs is how recently they were alive. Paleopropithecus ingens, the largest and most derived of the group, survived in southwestern Madagascar until roughly 500 years ago. The forests it inhabited are being cut down today, sometimes for charcoal, the same trees possibly that once supported its weight. When a Malagasy villager fells a tamarind tree and burns it to make charcoal to sell at market so that they can buy rice for their children, they may be destroying one of the last physical connections to an animal that hung from that tree's ancestors within the lifespan of the tree itself. There is no villain in that sentence. There is only the weight of economics and ecology and history pressing down on the same place at the same time. The sloth lemurs are gone. The sloths of South America are still alive, though increasingly threatened. Two lineages that found the same answer to the same question, and one was erased while the other persists for now. Convergent evolution can build the same miracle twice. But extinction only has to visit once. Chapter 4. Bones and Caves. How we know what we know. Everything we know about the giant lemurs we know from bones, not from living observations, not from photographs or video or audio recordings or years of patient fieldwork with binoculars and notebooks. Bones. Subfossil bones, to be precise, remains that occupy a peculiar middle ground between the fresh and the fossilized. They are recent enough that they have not undergone full mineral replacement. The organic matrix of the bone is still partially intact, the collagen not yet completely degraded, the structure close enough to fresh bone that in some specimens you can extract fragments of ancient DNA. But they are old enough centuries to millennia that the animals they belong to are irrecoverably gone. Subfossil bones are the material of liminal science, the evidence of a past that is neither deep enough to feel geologic nor recent enough to feel historical. They belong to an uncanny valley of time, close enough to touch, too far to reach. The first subfossil site in Madagascar was discovered the way important discoveries so often are, by following a local lead that pointed somewhere unexpected. In the late 1860s, the French naturalist Alfred Grandidier, one of the great figures of Malagasy natural history, whose explorations of the island were as ambitious as they were, sometimes ethically complicated, followed a village headman to a marsh in southwestern Madagascar, a place called Ambolisatra. The locals spoke of the song Aombi, a Malagasy phrase meaning cow that is not a cow, which we now believe to have referred to one of the island's dwarf hippopotamuses, Hippopotamus lemele or H. Madagascariensis, wallowing in the shallows of a fading wetland. Grandidier was looking for the hippopotamus. What he found, among the bones of many animals buried in the marsh sediment, was a humerus that belonged to no hippo and no known living animal. It was the first recorded bone of Paleopropithecus, a sloth lemur. He did not know what it was. It would take decades for it to be correctly identified, and decades more for the full picture of sloth lemur anatomy to emerge. But the site was the beginning, the first crack in the door between the present and the island's vanished past. From Ambolisatra, the subfossil record expanded. Charles Emmanuel Forsyth Major, a Swiss-born naturalist working for the British Museum, found and described the long, narrow skull of Megalodapis madagascariensis in 1893, also pulled from a marsh in central Madagascar. It was a startling object, a primate skull like nothing in any museum collection, elongated and heavy-jawed and instantly, viscerally strange. Major's discovery ignited paleontological interest in Madagascar's subfossil deposits, and for the next few decades, researchers, mostly French and French-aligned, in keeping with Madagascar's colonial status, excavated marshes and cave sites across the centre, south, and southwest of the island, with an enthusiasm that outpaced their methodology. The result was a mess. Too many species names were coined for too few bones. Skulls from one species were paired with limb bones from another, based on nothing more than size, which is roughly equivalent to assembling a puzzle in the dark, using pieces from different boxes and hoping they fit. Specimens were divided between European museums, Paris, London, Vienna, and the University of Antananarivo, often losing their field data in transit. The provenance of bones was sometimes recorded carelessly, sometimes not at all. Species were described from fragments, synonymized, resurrected, and synonymized again in a taxonomic dance that continues, in some cases, to the present day. Guillaume Grandidier, Alfred's son, made a valiant attempt in 1905 to straighten out the mess, reviewing the existing names and establishing most of the family and genus designations we still use. But the post-cranial confusion persisted. Megalodapis bones were assigned to Paleopropithecus and vice versa. Bones from koala lemurs were attributed to Archaeoindris. Bones from non-primates hippos, giant tortoises were sometimes mixed into the lemur assemblages, and on this shaky foundation, reconstructions were built. Herbert Standing's aquatic Paleopropithecus, Sierra's diving, swimming, mollusk-eating Megalodapis, Guillaume Grandidier's tree sloth, which he named Bradytherium, slow beast, and which turned out to be Paleopropithecus postcranial bones that had been separated from their rightful skull. Charles Lamberton spent years correcting these errors, painstakingly reassociating bones with their proper species, and even he was not always right. As late as the 1950s, non-primate bones were still being published as subfossil lemur material. The modern era of subfossil lemur science began in the 1980s, driven in large part by the work of Elwyn Simons at Duke University. Simons was a primatologist with a paleontological soul, or perhaps a paleontologist with a primatological heart, and he organised expeditions to Madagascar's cave systems and subfossil sites with a level of methodological pounds, rigour that the earlier generations had lacked. The key difference was association. Simons and his teams focused on finding bones that were physically connected, skeletons that were complete or nearly complete, remains that could be attributed to a single individual with confidence. In 1986, in the karst caves of the Ankarana Massif in the far north of Madagascar, they made a discovery that justified the entire effort: Babacotia rhodophyli, an entirely new genus of sloth lemur. The caves of Ankarana are extraordinary environments, cathedral-like chambers in eroded limestone, cool and dry, sheltered from the tropical elements that destroy bone on the surface. The limestone acts as a natural preservative, stabilizing the pH of the sediment and slowing the processes of decay. Bones in these caves are remarkably intact, with fine surface detail preserved. You can see the texture of the cortical bone, the foramina where blood vessels once entered, the muscle attachment sites where living tissue once pulled and strained. Alongside Babacotia, the Ankarana caves yielded Mesopropithecus dolichobrachyon, a new species of small sloth lemur not formally described until 1995, and associated skeletal remains of other species, hands and feet, wrist bones and finger bones, even bacular penile bones, which in many mammalian species have diagnostic shapes, all of which allowed researchers to reconstruct locomotion and behaviour with a confidence that the earlier generations, working with isolated bones from marsh deposits, could never achieve. The key subfossil sites tell a geographic story of loss. Ampa Samba Zimba in the Central Highlands, 20 species of subfossil lemur in a landscape that now supports 4. Ankilitello Cave in the southwest, rich assemblages of both large and small mammals, its dry limestone chambers preserving bone that surface sites would have dissolved. 6 of 13 lemur species from nearby subfossil deposits survive in the area's remaining reserves. Anjohibe in the northwest, 10 or 11 subfossil species, where 6 remain in the nearest national park, Ankarafantsika. The Ankarana Massif caves, 19 subfossil lemur species, 9 surviving in the surrounding forests. Tsimanam-Petsotsa, near the southwestern coast. Belo-sur-Mer, on the western shore. The Antsirabe region, in the Central Highlands. Each site is a window into a world that was richer than the one we know, and each window shows the same view, a community of lemurs that was dense, diverse, and layered in ways that the impoverished surviving communities cannot match. The caves are particularly important because they preserve not just bones but context. Sediment layers that accumulate over centuries and millennia can be read like a history book, each layer a chapter in the environmental story of the site. Pollen grains in the sediment record what plants were growing. Charcoal particles mark the appearance of fire, and by extension, the arrival of humans, since natural fire is rare in humid tropical forests, and the spike in charcoal consistently coincides with the earliest evidence of human activity. Fungal spores of Sporomiella, a coprophilous fungus that grows on the dung of large herbivores, provide a proxy for megafaunal abundance. When the giant animals are present, Sporomiella is abundant. When they decline, the spores decline with them, often before the bones disappear from the record, suggesting population crashes that preceded final extinction. David Burney, who has spent decades studying the paleoecology of Madagascar's subfossil sites and is one of the foremost authorities on the island's extinction chronology, has assembled a database of nearly 300 radiocarbon age determinations for Madagascar, creating a timeline that tracks the arrival of humans, the spread of fire, the decline of megafauna, and the transformation of vegetation across the island with remarkable resolution. And the timeline is devastating in its clarity. The oldest subfossil lemur remains date to around 26,000 years ago megalodapis bones from Ankarana. The giant lemurs persisted through the last glacial maximum, through the transition from Pleistocene to Holocene, through every climatic swing the planet threw at them. Most of the giant lemur subfossil remains cluster between 2,500 and 1,000 years ago, the period of human arrival and expansion. The youngest confirmed dates belong to Paleopropithecus ingens from southwestern Madagascar at roughly 500 years before present. Archaeolemur lingered at Ankarana until approximately 975 CE. A single bone of the extinct Hippopotamus lalumina, has been radiocarbon dated to approximately 100 years before present, conceivably the 19th century. The pattern is not ambiguous. The giant lemurs survived everything nature threw at them. They did not survive us. Mini documentary, David Burney's Caves. To understand what it means to study the giant lemurs of Madagascar, it helps to imagine the physical reality of the work. This is not the kind of paleontology that involves helicopters and desert badlands and dinosaur bones the size of furniture. This is cave work. Muddy, cramped, headlamp-lit cave work in limestone chambers that sometimes require crawling through passages barely wider than a human torso in tropical heat, on an island where the logistics of getting equipment and personnel to remote sites are challenged by roads that are not always roads and rivers that rise without warning. David Burney, who spent much of his career at Fordham University and later at the National Tropical Botanical Garden in Hawaii, first came to Madagascar in the 1980s as a paleoecologist interested in the history of vegetation and fire. His tool was the sediment core, a long cylinder of mud extracted from lake bottoms and marsh deposits, containing a layered record of pollen, charcoal, isotopes, and other environmental indicators going back thousands of years. But the caves drew him in, because the caves contained what the cores could only hint at, the actual bones of the animals whose decline the pollen and charcoal tracked. Ankilitello Cave, in southwestern Madagascar, became one of Burney's most productive sites. Since 1994, expeditions there have unearthed an extraordinary abundance of subfossil remains, not just giant lemurs but the entire community that surrounded them. Small mammals, tenrecs, rodents, bats, birds, fossils of raptors, waterfowl, and other species that chronicle environmental change, reptiles and amphibians. And the bones of the giants, Paleopropithecus, Archaeolemur, Megalodapis, Pachylemur. The cave is a natural trap, accumulating material over centuries as animals fell in, were dragged in by predators, or died in chambers they had entered voluntarily. The sediment, once excavated and dated, reveals the sequence. In the deepest, oldest layers, the bones of megafauna are common, Sporomiella spores are abundant, charcoal is absent. Moving upward through the layers forward through time, charcoal appears. Sporomiella declines. The megafauna bones thin and vanish. New species appear. Zebu cattle, introduced dogs, rats. The story writes itself in the dirt, layer by layer, and it is always the same story. A world with giants, then fire, then a world without them. What Burney has emphasized, more than perhaps any other researcher, is the slowness of the process. This was not an asteroid impact. There was no single catastrophic moment. The sediment layers show a gradual transformation, unfolding over centuries to millennia, with regional variation depending on when humans arrived in a given area and how intensively they used the land. The Central Highlands were transformed earliest and most completely. The charcoal layers are thick, the forest pollen disappears early, the megafauna vanishes by roughly 1,000 years ago. The southwest, drier and more remote, retained its giants longer. The northwest coast, sparsely settled until relatively recently, held Archaeolema until the 10th century CE. The story is not one of sudden violence, but of accumulating pressure, of 1,000 small decisions, this fire here, that field there, these cattle on this hillside, each one unremarkable in isolation, each one contributing to a cumulative shift in the balance between an ecosystem and its new inhabitants. Crawling out of Ankilitello cave, blinking in the southwestern light, covered in red dust, with the weight of sediment layers and bone fragments and radiocarbon dates in your notebook, you carry with you a particular kind of knowledge. It is the knowledge of sequence, of before and after, of what the cave remembers that the surface has forgotten. The forest outside the cave is thinner than it was. The spiny thickets are scrubby and fragmented. The silence is different from the silence inside the cave, which is the silence of stone and darkness and stopped time. The silence outside is the silence of absence of animals that should be calling and are not, of branches that should be creaking under weight and are still, of a landscape that is still performing the motions of life but with half the karst missing. Bernie has said that the experience of working in these caves is humbling. I suspect humbling is the polite word for something that feels closer to grief. Chapter 5. The world they lived in and the world that replaced it. To understand what was lost, you have to imagine what was there. And what was there, before humans arrived, was a Madagascar so different from the one we know that it might as well have been a different planet. Not because the physical geography was radically different, the same mountains, the same coasts, the same latitudes, but because the living fabric draped across that geography was denser, stranger, and more complete than anything that survives. The word ecosystem is overused to the point of meaninglessness, but there are moments when it means something precise and important, and this is one of them. Pre-human Madagascar was an ecosystem in the full sense, a system, a web, a network of interactions so interconnected that removing a single thread changed the pattern of every other thread touching it. The giant lemurs were not ornaments on this web, they were structural cables, and when they were cut, the web did not collapse all at once. It sagged, slowly, invisibly, and it is still sagging. Begin with the forests. Madagascar today has lost more than half of its original forest cover, depending on whose estimates you use and how you define original. The central highlands, that vast elevated plateau that forms the spine of the island, are now almost entirely grassland, dominated by the fire-adapted grass genus Aristida, punctuated by eucalyptus plantations and rice paddies. To look at it today, you might assume it had always been grassland. Some botanists did assume exactly that, and the debate over whether the highlands were naturally treeless or were deforested by humans has been one of the more contentious arguments in Malagasy ecology. The answer, based on pollen studies and subfossil evidence, appears to be both, depending on the era and the location. The highlands were never uniformly forested in the way the eastern rainforests are, but they supported far more woodland, bushland and gallery forest than they do today. And the subfossil deposits at sites like Ampasamba Zimba, which have yielded the bones of highly arboreal lemurs, prove that substantial tree cover existed in areas that are now bare. The forest was not everywhere, but it was far more prevalent than it is now, and its disappearance was driven primarily by human-set fire, used to clear land for cattle grazing and the cultivation of crops. The fires were effective, they were also transformative. Once burned, the highlands did not regrow into forest. The grasses came in, the soil chemistry changed, and a new steady state was established, a human-created landscape that has now existed for so long that it feels natural. The place names, as always, remember what the land forgets. Ankilitello in the southwest means place of 3 kili trees, 3 tamarind trees that once marked a spot now treeless. But the forests of Madagascar were never uniform, and to speak of the forest as a single thing is to misunderstand the island's extraordinary ecological diversity. The eastern side of the island, facing the moisture-laden trade winds from the Indian Ocean, supports dense, humid rainforest, the rainforest that tourists picture, with its mist and its orchids and its chameleons and its indri calling through the canopy in the early morning. The western side, in the rain shadow, supports dry, deciduous forest taller, more open, with a rhythm of wet and dry seasons that shapes everything from the behavior of the animals to the texture of the bark. The far south and southwest support the spiny forest, one of the most bizarre terrestrial ecosystems on Earth, dominated by the Didieraceae, a family of thorny, succulent trees found nowhere else, along with euphorbias and baobabs, creating a landscape that looks more like an alien planet than a tropical island. And connecting these major biomes are transitional zones, gallery forests along rivers, mangrove swamps along the coast, high-altitude moss forests on the mountaintops, and the distinctive Samburano domain in the northwest, where seasonal moist forests harbour their own endemic communities. Each of these regions had its own assemblage of lemurs, its own unique community of species partitioned by diet, locomotion, body size, and activity pattern into a layered, interlocking system where every species had a role and every role was filled. At any given site, lemur communities in the recent past could include 20 or more species: giant sloth lemurs hanging in the canopy, koala lemurs clinging to trunks in the mid-story, monkey lemurs walking the ground, giant eyes tapping on wood after dark, giant ruffed lemurs dispersing seeds through the forest, smaller lemurs, the sifakas, and the brown lemurs, and the bamboo lemurs, and the mouse lemurs, filling the gaps, 20 species in a single location. Today, the richest surviving lemur communities have 10 to 12, and many sites that once supported 20 species now support 0. Now populate those forests not just with lemurs but with everything else that lived alongside them. The elephant birds, Aepyornis maximus, the largest bird that ever lived, standing roughly 3 meters tall and weighing an estimated 400 to 500 kilograms, half a metric ton of flightless, ground-walking bird, laying eggs that could hold 2 gallons of fluid, each egg equivalent in volume to about 150 chicken eggs. Mullornis, the smaller elephant bird, still enormous by any modern standard, at roughly 100 kilograms. Vorombe titan, reclassified in 2018 as a separate genus, possibly the heaviest of all, challenging Aepyornis for the title. These birds walked the forests and plains of Madagascar in numbers we can only guess at, browsing vegetation, trampling paths, and participating in seed dispersal networks that collapsed entirely when they vanished. Giant tortoises of the genus Aldabrachyles, related to the Aldabra giant tortoises that still survive on a tiny atoll in the Seychelles, grazing in the open woodlands and forest margins. At least 2 species of dwarf hippopotamus, Hippopotamus lemurlae in the south and west, and H. madagascariensis in a somewhat different range, wallowing in rivers and marshes, emerging to graze at night, filling the semi-aquatic large herbivore niche that no living Malagasy animal now occupies. The songhoundby, the cow that is not a cow, that first led Grandidier to the subfossils. A giant Fossa cryptoproctospelia, the apex mammalian predator of the island, estimated at 17 to 20 kilograms based on skull measurements, roughly 50% larger than the living fossa, with massive jaws described as puma-like, capable of taking prey as large as the medium-sized lemurs, and overhead, the Malagasy crowned eagle, Stephanoetus mari, a relative of the African crowned eagle, one of the most powerful raptors in the world, which in Africa hunts monkeys and small antelope from the canopy. On Madagascar, the crowned eagle hunted lemurs. Its talons have been found in subfossil deposits, and the fear response that living lemurs show to large raptors, the alarm calls, the freezing behaviour, the desperate scramble for cover, is thought to be a behavioural ghost, a response shaped by millions of years of coevolution with an eagle that went extinct around 1500 CE. The lemurs still scream at shadows in the sky. The shadows no longer have talons. And then there was Voi robustus, the horned crocodile, an ambush predator in the waterways, and Plesioricteropus, one of the strangest mammals ever described, a burrowing animal of such uncertain evolutionary affinity that it was placed in its own order, Bibi Malagasia, because no one could figure out what it was related to. It may have been an aardvark relative, it may have been a tenrec relative, it may have been something else entirely. It is gone, and its taxonomic mystery will likely never be resolved. All of these animals, every one of them, are now extinct on Madagascar. Every endemic land animal weighing more than 10 kilograms has been erased. This is one of the most complete megafaunal extinctions in the history of any landmass, and it is among the most recent. Most of these species survived into the last 2,000 years, and some into the last 500. Among the world's late Quaternary megafaunal assemblages, the mammoths and ground sloths of the Americas, the marsupial giants of Australia, the woolly rhinoceroses and cave bears of Eurasia, only Madagascar's was dominated by primates. Nowhere else on the planet did primates constitute the majority of the large-bodied animal community. Nowhere else did primates evolve to fill the roles of sloths, koalas, gorillas, baboons, and woodpeckers simultaneously. Madagascar was a primate planet in miniature, and the giant lemurs were its most successful, most diverse, most spectacularly creative experiment. That experiment is over now. The laboratory has been cleared. The equipment has been dismantled. And the results, which took 60 million years to produce, are bones in caves and papers in journals. Imagine walking through it. Allow yourself that. Imagine a late afternoon in the western dry forests, perhaps near what is now Belo-sur-Mer, 2,000 years ago. The canopy is dense and layered, multiple stories of green filtering the equatorial light into a warm, diffuse glow. The air is humid, thick with the smell of soil and leaf litter and the faintly sweet scent of decomposing fruit. You hear something moving above you, slow, deliberate, not in a hurry, the creak of a large body shifting its weight from one branch to another. You look up and see Paleopropithecus hanging inverted, one long arm extended to pull a branch closer, stripping leaves with its teeth, its curved fingers hooked around the branch like a climber's carabiners. It weighs more than you do. It has been hanging there for an hour. It will hang there for another. Farther along the trail, where the canopy thins and light reaches the forest floor, a group of archaeolemur moves on the ground. 5 or 6 of them, pausing to dig at the base of a tree, one cracking a hard nut between powerful jaws with a sound that carries through the understory. They look like baboons. If baboons were constructed by someone who had studied the concept of baboon from blueprints rather than life, and had added a few features of their own. In the mid-story, a megalodapis clings to the trunk of a large tree, motionless, its massive head tilted to reach a cluster of leaves, its great grasping feet pressed against the bark. It looks like it belongs there, and it does. It has belonged there for millions of years. From somewhere beyond the trees comes a deep, percussive sound, the foot stomping of an elephant bird, a vibration you feel in the ground before you hear it in the air. And mixed with the calls and rustles and distant crashes is the constant backdrop of a forest at full capacity, every niche occupied, every frequency of sound in use, every layer of the canopy and understory and forest floor staffed by something with a role to play. It is not quiet, it is not simple, it is an orchestra, and the giant lemurs are among its most prominent instruments, the low notes, the sustained tones, the slow rhythms that anchor the faster melodies of the smaller species around them. You will never walk through that forest. No one will, ever again. The orchestra has been stripped of its brass section, its bass drums, its cellos. What remains is still beautiful. Madagascar's surviving forests are still extraordinary, but it is thinner, higher pitched, less complete. The low notes are gone, the slow rhythms have stopped, and the forests themselves are still adjusting to the loss, still reshaping their composition around absences that are measured not in years but in centuries. Chapter 6. The Arrival Fire, Cattle and the Logic of Transformation. Humans reached Madagascar astonishingly late. This is one of the most remarkable facts in the entire history of human migration, and it does not get nearly the attention it deserves, possibly because it is embarrassing. Modern humans left Africa at least 70,000 years ago, possibly earlier. They reached Australia by 50,000 years ago, crossing open ocean on rafts or boats to get there. They reached the Americas by at least 15,000 years ago, possibly 20 or more, travelling across ice or along coastlines to populate 2 entire continents. They settled every major landmass, colonised remote Pacific islands that are tiny specks in a vast ocean, survived ice ages and deserts and mountain ranges and sea crossings that would challenge modern navigators with GPS. And yet Madagascar, the fourth largest island on Earth, visible from the coast of East Africa at some points, separated from the mainland by a channel only 400 kilometres wide, remained uninhabited until, at the most conservative estimate, roughly 2,000 years ago. The timing is debated, and the debate is both scientifically important and occasionally fierce. The long-standing consensus, based on archaeological and linguistic evidence, placed the first permanent human settlement of Madagascar at around 1,500 years before present, roughly 500 CE. But in 2018, a team, including researchers from multiple institutions, published evidence of cut marks on bones of now extinct animals, including dwarf hippopotami, dating to approximately 10,500 years before present. If confirmed, this would push human presence on the island back to the early Holocene, 6,000 years earlier than previously thought. The claim has been met with both interest and skepticism. Critics note that cut marks can be difficult to distinguish from marks left by roots, trampling, or other natural processes, and that early, sparse human presence, occasional visits by fishermen or explorers, is different from permanent settlement. The most widely accepted synthesis, as of recent scholarship, holds that sporadic human contact with Madagascar may have occurred for several millennia, but that permanent, landscape-altering colonization began around 2,500 to 1,000, 500 years before present, with the most significant environmental impacts clustering after about 1,000 years ago. And here is where the story takes its strangest geographic turn, because the people who arrived were not from Africa, or rather, not only from Africa, and not initially. The first settlers of Madagascar were Austronesian voyagers, people whose linguistic and genetic origins trace back to island Southeast Asia, most likely Borneo. They crossed the entire Indian Ocean in outrigger canoes, a distance of roughly 4,800 kilometres of open water across the widest part of the Indian Ocean basin, against prevailing winds in some seasons, through waters that could have killed them with casual ease. Genetic studies, particularly analyses of mitochondrial DNA, suggest that the founding Austronesian population was small, possibly as few as 30 women, and overwhelmingly female, consistent with a scenario in which a small group of voyagers established a founding colony. The Malagasy language confirms this origin. It belongs to the Austronesian family, most closely related to languages spoken in southern Borneo, the Barito group. When a Malagasy person speaks their native language, they are speaking in a linguistically meaningful sense, a language that began in Southeast Asia and was carried across an ocean by people in small boats. Later, centuries later, by most accounts, East African settlers of Bantu-speaking origin crossed the Mozambique Channel and joined the Austronesian population. The resulting admixture produced the Malagasy people, who carry, in proportions that vary by ethnic group and region, a dual heritage of Southeast Asian and East African ancestry. It is one of the most improbable demographic events in human history. Two great diasporas, one from Southeast Asia and one from East Africa, meeting on a single island in the Indian Ocean, neither of which had encountered the other before, creating a new culture, a new language, a new people, on an island that had been waiting for 60 million years with no humans at all. What the settlers brought with them was, from the perspective of the island's endemic wildlife, transformative in a way that the word catastrophic only begins to capture. They brought fire. Fire was the primary tool of landscape transformation, used to clear forest for agriculture and to create grassland for cattle grazing. Charcoal particles in sediment cores spike dramatically after human arrival, particularly in the Central Highlands, where the woodland and bushland mosaic was systematically burned and converted to grassland over the course of centuries. The burning was not malicious, it was rational. It was the logical application of a powerful tool to the problem of creating arable land and pasture in a landscape that, in its natural state, was inconveniently forested. The fact that it also destroyed the habitat of the giant lemurs was, from the perspective of people who needed to eat, irrelevant. The lemurs were not their concern. Survival was. They brought cattle zebu, the humped cattle of the Indian subcontinent, which became central to Malagasy culture and economy. Cattle require pasture. Pasture requires burning. The feedback loop between cattle keeping and deforestation became self-reinforcing. More cattle needed more pasture, which required more burning, which created more grassland, which could support more cattle. They brought dogs, which could have harassed or hunted ground-dwelling and slow-climbing animals. They brought rats, probably unintentionally, as stowaways which competed with small native mammals and may have preyed on eggs and young. They brought agriculture, including rice cultivation, which in Madagascar involves a system of irrigated paddies that required forest clearance in valley bottoms and the management of water flow. And they brought themselves tool-using, socially organized, ecologically transformative primates with fire and spears and an unintentional but lethal efficiency at exploiting naive megafauna. The debate over what exactly killed the giant lemurs has been one of the more productive arguments in extinction science. Because the multiple hypotheses are not merely academic, each one implies a different understanding of how humans interact with island ecosystems, and each one has implications for conservation today. The hypotheses, in rough chronological order of their proposal, Henri Humbert's Great Fire Hypothesis from 1927 argued that human-introduced fire transformed the habitat so rapidly and completely that forest-dependent species simply lost their homes. Mahe and Saudat's Great Drought Hypothesis from 1972 proposed that natural aridification of the southern part of the island was the primary driver, with the climate drying out and the forests dying back on their own. Paul Martin's Blitzkrieg, or overkill hypothesis, applied to Madagascar in 1984, predicted a rapid wave of human hunters sweeping across the island and exterminating the naive, slow-breeding megafauna in a burst of overhunting. Robert Dewar's biological invasion model, also from 1984, proposed that introduced livestock outcompeted native species through grazing pressure and habitat modification. McPhee and Marx's hypervirulent disease hypothesis from 1997 suggested that humans or their domestic animals brought novel pathogens that swept through immunologically naive wildlife populations. And finally, David Burney's synergy hypothesis from 1999 proposed that all of the above work together, in varying combinations and at varying intensities across different regions and time periods, to push the megafauna past the point of recovery. The evidence now strongly favours the synergy model, with important qualifications. The extinctions were not instantaneous. They played out over centuries to millennia, at different rates in different regions, with species disappearing at different times depending on their ecology, their geography, and the intensity of human pressure in their range. The Central Highlands, deforested earliest and most completely, lost the greatest number of species first. The Southwest retained giants longer, possibly because its sparse, drought-adapted vegetation was less attractive to farmers and therefore less intensively burned. The Northwest coast, sparsely populated until nearly 1500 CE, held Archaeolema for over a millennium after the earliest human contact elsewhere. No single factor, not hunting alone, not fire alone, not disease alone, not climate alone, accounts for the pattern. It was the combination, the synergy, the accumulation of pressures that, individually, might have been survivable, but together were not. One fact stands out in the debate with particular force. No extinctions occurred before humans arrived. The climate of Madagascar has fluctuated significantly over the past 100,000 years. There have been dry periods far more severe than the recent drying trend that Mahe and Saudat invoked. The giant lemurs survived them all. They survived the last glacial maximum, when sea levels dropped and climates worldwide shifted dramatically. They survived the transition from Pleistocene to Holocene. They survived droughts and wet periods and everything in between. The only thing they did not survive was us. Climate may have been a contributing factor, a stressor that reduced resilience and narrowed margins. But the trigger was human. The timing is too consistent, across too many sites with too many independent lines of evidence to be coincidental. The charcoal appears, the Sporomiella declines, the bones vanish. That is the sequence. That is the story. We brought the fire. The fire changed the land. The land could no longer support the giants. The giants, already pressured by hunting and competition from introduced species, declined, and declined, and declined, until the last Paleopropithecus hung from the last branch in the last fragment of forest in the southwest 500 years ago, and let go. Chapter 7. What was lost? Ghosts in the forest, orphans on the branch. The giant lemurs are gone. That is the blunt fact. But extinction, as Laurie Godfrey and William Jungers and their colleagues have shown in a body of work spanning decades, is not a clean break. It is not a switch flipped from alive to extinct with nothing in between. Extinction is a process that continues long after the last individual dies, because the dead species was not a standalone entity, it was a node in a network, a participant in relationships, an actor in dramas that involved other species, other organisms, other lives. When a giant lemur vanished, it did not simply leave a lemur-shaped hole in the forest. It left a cascade of consequences that rippled through the ecosystem like waves from a stone dropped in still water, and those ripples are still moving. Godfrey and Jungers called this phenomenon ghosts and orphans, and the phrase is perfect in its precision. The ghosts are the ecological roles that the giant lemurs played: seed disperser, folivore, ground browser, canopy hanger, that have been vacated and not refilled. The orphans are the other species, particularly plants, that depended on those roles and are now stranded without their partners. Together, the ghosts and the orphans constitute what ecologists call a ghost ecology, an ecosystem that still bears the shape and structure of relationships that no longer exist, like a house furnished for occupants who moved out centuries ago. Consider seed dispersal, because it is the most concrete and best studied example. Many tropical plants rely on animals to disperse their seeds. The plant produces a fruit, a bribe, essentially a calorie-rich package wrapped around a seed, and an animal eats the fruit, digests the pulp, and deposits the seed intact somewhere far from the parent tree. This is endozookery, and it is crucial for plant populations because it prevents the next generation from competing directly with the parent and allows colonization of new sites. The relationship is mutualistic. The plant gets dispersal, the animal gets food, but the relationship is also specific. The size of the fruit, the toughness of the seed coat, the nutritional content of the pulp, all of these are calibrated, through millions of years of coevolution, to the size and diet of the animal that eats it. A mouse lemur cannot disperse the seed of a baobab. The fruit is too large, the seed too big, the mouth too small. The baobab evolved its fruit for a larger mouth. In the spiny forests of southern and southwestern Madagascar, researchers have identified numerous plant species whose seeds appear to be too large for any living lemur to disperse. Adansonia, the baobabs produce enormous fruits with nutritious pulp and large seeds. Deinonyx with protein-rich pods sized for jaws larger than any surviving primate on the island possesses. Commiphora guilleminii, a tree whose genetic diversity, measured across its current range, indicates that its seeds once travelled much farther than they do today, carried, presumably, in the gut of some large animal that no longer exists. Genetic comparisons with a closely related African Commiphora species, whose seeds are still dispersed by large mammals, support the conclusion. C. Guilleminii once had a disperser, and that disperser is gone. Ankarana species produce seeds covered in barbed hooks, designed to embed themselves in thick fur and hitchhike to a new location. The fur that once carried them through the forest, the dense, coarse fur of Paleopropithecus, of Pachylemur, of Archaeolemur, no longer passes by. Pachylemur, the giant ruffed lemur, was likely the single most important large seed disperser among the extinct lemurs. Its teeth and skull closely resembled those of the living ruffed lemurs, which are among the most effective seed dispersers in Madagascar's surviving forests. The black and white ruffed lemur can swallow seeds up to 30 millimeters in diameter. Pachylemur, at 3 times the size, could almost certainly have managed significantly larger seeds. Its range extended across much of Madagascar. Its diet was heavily frugivorous. When it disappeared, the seed dispersal network for large-seeded trees lost its most capable agent. The trees are still producing fruit. The seeds are still falling. They germinate, if they germinate at all, directly beneath the parent tree, clustered, competing, going nowhere. The seed dispersal distances have shortened. The gene flow between populations has decreased. The long-term genetic health of the plant species is declining, slowly, imperceptibly, on a timescale that no single human lifetime can easily perceive. The trees are still alive. The trees will be alive for a long time. But they are orphans, offering fruit to a partner that will never return. The effects extend beyond seed dispersal. The giant lemurs were major folivores, leaf eaters, and in the spiny forests the plants evolved defences against them. The elaborate spines of the Didieraceae, the thorns of the euphorbias, the tough leathery leaves of many spiny forest species, these are not decorations. They are armour, evolved over millions of years in response to the pressure of being eaten by large leaf-eating primates. With the lemurs gone, the selective pressure for defence has relaxed, but the defences persist, because evolution does not dismantle structures that are no longer needed, it simply stops maintaining them, and they erode gradually over geological time. The spiny forest, in other words, is still dressed for a war that ended 500 years ago. Its thorns are relics. Its defences are aimed at ghosts. The trophic cascades, the indirect effects that ripple through food webs when a species is removed, are harder to quantify, but no less real. The giant lemurs were food for predators. The giant fossa, the Malagasy crowned eagle, the horned crocodile. When the lemurs declined, the predators lost their prey base and declined with them. Cryptoprocta spelaea went extinct, the only carnivoran mammal known to have gone extinct on Madagascar. Stephanoetus mari, the crowned eagle, disappeared around 1500 CE. The predators followed their prey into oblivion, and their absence, in turn, released pressure on the smaller species they had also hunted, potentially allowing some to increase in abundance while others, deprived of the complex web of interactions that had sustained them, declined. The ecosystem did not simply lose a few large animals. It lost an architecture, a pattern, a way of being organised that had developed over millions of years and was optimised for the full complement of species. Removing the giants was like removing the load-bearing walls from a building. The roof does not collapse immediately, but the structure is compromised, and the slow sagging that follows may take centuries to complete. The concept of extinction debt captures this temporal dimension. An extinction debt is the time lag between the event that causes a species' eventual extinction and the extinction itself. A forest fragment may still contain a population of some species, but if the fragment is too small to sustain a viable population in the long run, that species is already committed to extinction. It just doesn't know it yet. Madagascar's forests carry a massive extinction debt from the loss of the giant lemurs. Ecological relationships that were disrupted centuries ago are still unravelling. Plant populations that lost their dispersers are still declining. Forest compositions that were shaped by now absent herbivores are still shifting. The forests owe a debt to the past that the future will collect. And that past debt is accumulating interest alongside a present debt, the ongoing deforestation, habitat fragmentation, and climate change that are pushing Madagascar's surviving species toward their own extinction thresholds. The system is paying two debts at once, and it is running out of credit. Mini-documentary. The Elephant Bird and the Lemur. A duet of absence. It seems wrong to tell the story of the giant lemurs without pausing to acknowledge the other great absence that haunts Madagascar's forests, the elephant birds. Not because the elephant birds were primates, they emphatically were not, but because their story is inextricably intertwined with the story of the giant lemurs, and together they represent something larger. The total unmaking of an island's megafauna, the erasure of an entire cast of large-bodied characters from a stage that had been designed around their presence. Aepyornis maximus. The elephant bird was the largest bird that ever lived, 3 meters tall, 400 kilograms or more. Flightless, of course, because at that size flight is a mathematical impossibility, but built for walking, with thick, powerful legs and feet the size of dinner plates. Its eggs were the largest single cells ever produced by any animal, roughly 30 centimeters long and holding about 9 liters of fluid, enough to make an omelette that would feed an entire village which is exactly what some people apparently did. Elephant bird eggshell fragments are common in archaeological sites across Madagascar, often showing signs of having been used as containers or deliberately broken for consumption. Marco Polo, travelling in the Indian Ocean region in the 13th century, heard stories of an enormous bird on a distant island that could carry an elephant in its talons, a magnificent exaggeration of the elephant bird's size, conflated with the mythological roc, but based on reports that clearly originated from real encounters with real, impossibly large birds. The elephant bird was not a lemur, it was not even a mammal, but it shared the same ecosystem, the same forests, the same plains, the same island. It was part of the same web. And like the giant lemurs, it played ecological roles that no living Malagasy animal can fill. As a massive herbivore, it trampled paths through dense vegetation, opened gaps in the forest canopy by breaking branches and small trees, and dispersed seeds of a different suite of plants than the lemurs did. Ground-level plants, grasses, shrubs. Its dung fertilized the soil in quantities that no living Malagasy animal can match. Its nesting sites, presumably on the ground, would have been ecological hotspots, attracting scavengers, decomposers, and the organisms that feed on them. The elephant bird and the giant lemurs went extinct in the same period, driven by the same forces. A 2021 study using radiocarbon dating placed the extinction of the elephant birds and the Malagasy hippopotamuses in the interval between 800 and 1050 CE, roughly the 9th to 11th centuries, when human population expansion on the island was accelerating and landscape transformation was spreading from the coasts and highlands into the interior forests. The giant lemurs followed a similar trajectory, with most species disappearing in the same broad window, and the last holdouts surviving until roughly 1500 CE. The causes were the same: habitat destruction, hunting, introduced species, and the cumulative synergy of human impact. What makes the joint extinction of the elephant bird and the giant lemurs particularly poignant is the complementarity of the loss. The lemurs were the arboreal megafauna, the canopy and mid-story actors. The elephant birds were the terrestrial megafauna, the ground-level actors. Together, they constituted a complete megafaunal community, with representatives at every level of the habitat, from the forest floor to the highest branches. Losing one would have been damaging. Losing both was structural. The forest lost its largest herbivores at every stratum simultaneously, and the ecological consequences cascaded through every layer of the ecosystem above and below: canopy and ground, seed dispersal and soil fertilization and vegetation structure, and predator-prey dynamics. Stand in a Malagasy forest today and listen. You will hear birds. Madagascar has extraordinary birds, many of them endemic. You will hear the calls of surviving lemurs, if you are in the right place at the right time. You will hear insects and frogs and the wind in the canopy. But you will not hear the deep, resonant foot-stomps of an elephant bird. You will not hear the slow creak of a 45-kilogram sloth lemur shifting its weight overhead. You will not hear the crack of a monkey lemur's jaws on a hard nut. The soundscape is thinner. The silence is not empty, it is populated by absence. A duet that used to play, in the low register, under every other sound in the forest, has stopped, and the forest, even the forest that still stands, is a different place for the stopping. Chapter 8. The Living and the Dead. Conservation, repetition, and the weight of knowing. There is a temptation, when telling the story of the giant lemurs, to treat it as a story that is over. The giants are gone. The bones are in caves and museums and the drawers of university collections in Paris and Antananarivo and Durham, North Carolina. The narrative has reached its tragic conclusion, and what remains is elegy. But this is not true. The story is not over. It is ongoing. It is happening right now, today, on the same island, to the same evolutionary lineage, driven by the same forces. The dead speak to the living here, and what they say is, "You're next." Madagascar still has lemurs. More than 100 species of them. In fact, the exact number depends on which taxonomic authority you follow, because lemur taxonomy has been in flux for decades. with new species being described and old species being split and lumped with a frequency that would exhaust a less resilient community of scientists. By any count, though, Madagascar's living lemurs represent one of the most diverse primate radiations still extant on Earth, and they include some of the most distinctive, most specialized, and most endangered primates alive. The Indri, with its haunting whale-like song that carries for kilometers through the eastern rainforest. The ai, the world's largest nocturnal primate, with its bat ears and its skeletal tapping finger. The sifakas, leaping through the canopy with a grace that seems to defy the physics of a body that size. The mouse lemurs, the smallest primates on Earth, weighing barely 30 grams, living lives of nocturnal intensity in the tangled branches of the understory. The ring-tailed lemur, the one everyone recognizes, the one from the animated movie, the one that has become an ambassador for an entire island's worth of biodiversity. And nearly all of them are in trouble. The numbers are stark. According to the IUCN Red List assessments, approximately 95% of lemur species are threatened with extinction. 32% are classified as critically endangered, the last category before extinct in the wild. 41% are endangered, 22% are vulnerable. Only a handful of species, the most adaptable, the most widespread, the most tolerant of degraded habitat, are considered safe, and even those designations feel temporary, contingent, revocable. The Indri, the largest living lemur, topping out at roughly 9.5 kilograms, a direct descendant of the lineage that produced Archaeoindris at 160, is critically endangered. Its range contracted to fragments of eastern rainforest, its numbers declining, its biology uncooperative for captive breeding. Indri have never been successfully kept in captivity for extended periods. The greater bamboo lemur, Prolemur simus, which subfossil evidence tells us once ranged across the northern, northwestern, central, and eastern parts of the island, an enormous range. From the Ankarana Massif in the far north to well south of the current distribution, is now confined to a tiny fragment of southeastern rainforest and a handful of satellite populations, critically endangered, dependent on bamboo forests that are themselves being cut. Patricia Wright rediscovered this species in 1986. It had been considered likely extinct. It is not extinct, but it is not far from it. The threats are the same threats that killed the giants, updated for the 21st century but fundamentally unchanged in their dynamics. Deforestation is the primary driver. Madagascar loses thousands of hectares of forest every year to Tavy slash-and-burn agriculture, logging, charcoal production, and mining. The satellite images, viewed in time-lapse over the past few decades, show the green retreating from the map of Madagascar like a tide going out, leaving behind a bare, eroded, laterite red landscape that supports almost nothing. Bushmeat hunting, particularly of the larger lemur species, persists despite legal protections that are largely unenforced. Poverty drives the equation. Madagascar is one of the poorest countries on Earth, with a GDP per capita that places it in the bottom 10 globally, and the rural population depends on the forest for food, fuel, building material, and income in ways that make conservation an abstraction for people facing immediate survival needs. Political instability has repeatedly undermined conservation efforts. The political crisis of 2009 was followed by a surge in illegal logging of precious hardwoods, rosewood, and ebony from national parks, often with the apparent complicity of officials. The timber was shipped to international markets, the parks were looted, the lemurs lost habitat, and the people who lived near the parks saw very little of the money. The parallels with the past are uncomfortable because they are so exact. Large, forest-dependent species under pressure from habitat destruction and hunting, slow reproductive rates making recovery difficult, fragmented populations losing genetic diversity and becoming increasingly vulnerable to stochastic events, a bad drought, a cyclone, a disease outbreak, introduced species adding stress, invasive plants altering habitat structure, feral dogs and cats preying on lemurs, rats competing for food. The fundamental dynamics that drove the giant lemurs to extinction are still operating on the same island, against the same evolutionary lineage. The only difference, is that we know. The Austronesian and Bantu settlers who first colonized Madagascar 2,000 years ago were not equipped to understand the ecological consequences of their actions. They could not have known that the accumulation of their fires and their cattle and their hunting would, over centuries, erase every large endemic animal on the island. They were not bad people. They were people. They were surviving. We, by contrast, know exactly what is happening. We have the subfossil record. We have the radiocarbon dates. We have the sediment cores and the sporomiella counts and the ghost ecologies and the cut-marked bones. We have decades of ecological research by Patricia Wright and Mitchell Irwin and Laurie Godfrey and Brooke Crowley and dozens of other scientists who have devoted their careers to understanding and protecting Madagascar's lemurs. We have the International Union for Conservation of Nature. We have conservation organizations. We have ecotourism. We have international funding mechanisms. We have all the knowledge and all the tools. What we may not have is the collective will to use them at the scale required, against the backdrop of poverty and instability and political dysfunction that makes Madagascar one of the most difficult conservation landscapes on the planet. Mitchell Irwin, studying diademed sifacas in eastern Madagascar, has documented the ways in which even surviving lemur species show signs of ecological stress consistent with long-term community simplification. When the giant lemurs disappeared, they left vacant niches, folivore guilds, terrestrial browser niches, large seed dispersal roles that the surviving small lemurs cannot fill. The living lemurs are not the giants, miniaturized. They are the survivors of a pruned radiation occupying a narrower band of ecological space, crowding into fewer niches, losing the fine-grained resource partitioning that once allowed 20 species to coexist in a single location. Brooke Crowley's isotopic studies of both extinct and living lemurs have revealed the depth of dietary niche differentiation that once existed, the subtle ways in which closely related species divided resources to avoid, competition, and how much of that differentiation has been lost. The ecological architecture has simplified, the community has flattened, and the surviving species, pushed into closer competition and smaller ranges, are more vulnerable, not less, to the pressures that continue to mount. The species that are most endangered today, the largest, the slowest to reproduce, the most dependent on intact forest, are the ones that most closely parallel the traits that made the giant lemurs vulnerable. The Indri, the sifacas, the ruffed lemurs, the greater bamboo lemur. These are the species that, in a future subfossil record, might be the next absence, the next set of bones in a cave, the next ghost in a forest that has already been haunted for 5 centuries. The pattern is there, written in the past, confirmed by the present, projecting into the future with a clarity that should be impossible to ignore, and is, apparently, not sufficient to alter the trajectory. There is one more layer to this, and it is the hardest to talk about, because it involves the tension between ecological values and human needs that does not resolve neatly into good and evil. The Malagasy people who live in and around Madagascar's remaining forests are not the enemies of conservation. They are people living in poverty, in a country with limited infrastructure and limited economic alternatives, doing what humans everywhere do, using available resources to survive. A farmer who burns a hectare of forest to plant rice is not making an ideological statement about biodiversity. They are feeding their family. A charcoal producer who fells trees in a protected area is not vandalizing the environment for sport. They are earning money in an economy that offers very few alternatives. Conservation in Madagascar cannot succeed by opposing these people. It can only succeed by offering them something better alternative livelihoods, education, healthcare, economic development that does not depend on forest destruction. This has been the approach of the most thoughtful conservation programs on the island, including the work pioneered by Patricia Wright at Ranamafana and expanded by numerous organizations since. Whether it is working fast enough is an open question. The forests continue to shrink, the lemurs continue to decline, the clock is ticking, and the ghost ecologies of the giant lemurs, the silent proof of what happens when this equation tips too far, are there for anyone who cares to read them. There is a cave in southwestern Madagascar, it doesn't matter which one specifically, because they all tell the same story, the same sequence of layered sediment and declining bone wear. If you go deep enough, past the well-lit tourist chambers and the interpretive signs and the places where visitors take photographs, down into the parts that require crawling on your belly through passages barely wider than your shoulders, in darkness that your headlamp carves into shapes that seem almost animate, you will find a layer of sediment that predates human presence on the island. The air is cool. The limestone is damp against your palms. The silence is not the silence of an empty room, but the silence of a full one, a room packed with the compressed memory of millennia, held in clay and calcium, and the chemistry of slow, patient preservation. In that layer, bones. Not spectacular bones, not the kind that would fill a museum hall or make a headline. Modest bones. A femur the length of your forearm, thick and dense and heavy in the hand, built to support an animal that moved through the world slowly and deliberately, as if it had nowhere to be. A molar the size of your thumbnail, worn smooth by decades of patient chewing leaves, seeds, the tough fibrous vegetation of a forest that once covered the land outside the cave entrance and now does not. A curved phalange, a finger bone shaped like a hook, designed for gripping branches with the kind of strength that only a suspensory animal needs, the kind of grip that says, I am built to hang. I am built to reach. I am built for a life lived upside down in a canopy that no longer requires my weight. These are the remains of the giant lemurs. They are not ancient in the way a dinosaur is ancient. They are not remote. They are recent. They are intimate. They belong to animals that existed in the same geological moment we exist in, under the same sun. On an island you can visit tomorrow if you buy a plane ticket and have the patience for the roads. You can hold these bones in your hand. That is the thing that no amount of reading or watching or listening quite prepares you for. The weight of them, the solidity. A bone is a real object, a physical artifact of a physical life, and when you hold the femur of an animal that weighed more than you do and lived in a forest that you would have recognized as a forest, the same trees, the same humidity, the same bird calls in the canopy, though with deeper, stranger notes below them, something in your understanding shifts. This is not abstract. This is not a number in a database or a line in a journal article. This is the last physical evidence that a living thing existed, and it is sitting in your palm, and it is heavy. And then you put the bone back down, because it belongs here, in the dark, in the sediment, in the record. You climb out of the cave, you stand in the daylight. The forest outside, if there is forest, some cave sites are now surrounded by grassland, is quieter than it should be, thinner. The canopy is lower. The understory is sparser. The branches that should be creaking under weight are still. The fruits that should be half eaten, gnawed and dropped, lie whole on the ground, slowly rotting, their seeds going nowhere. The silence is not peaceful. It is the silence of a room after the conversation has ended, after the guests have left, after the door has closed and the last echo has faded, and all that remains is the arrangement of furniture that no longer makes sense, because it was arranged for people who are not coming back. Madagascar's forests still stand, in places, reduced, fragmented, besieged on every side by fire and axes and the relentless pressure of human need, but standing. And in those forests, lemurs still move small ones, compared to the giants, but alive and breeding and doing what lemurs have done for 60 million years, being primates in a way that no other primate lineage has ever attempted. They carry in their cells the same evolutionary heritage that produced Archaeoindris and Paleopropithecus and Megalodapus and Archaeolemur and Pachylemur and the giant ii. They carry the tooth comb and the tapetum lucidum and the female dominance and the low metabolic rate and the rapid development, the entire lemur toolkit. The same toolkit that was scaled up to gorilla size and sloth size and koala size and baboon size and found to work brilliantly for 60 million years. The living lemurs are proof that the experiment succeeded, that the island's answers were good answers, that the lemur way of being a primate was not a rough draft but a finished work, elegant and complete. Whether that work continues, whether the experiment runs to completion or is terminated prematurely for the second time is, at this point, entirely up to us. The giant lemurs waited 60 million years for a species to arrive on their island that could understand them, that could study their bones and read their DNA and reconstruct their diets and their locomotion and their social systems and their role in the forest, that could appreciate, with the full weight of scientific understanding, what they were and what they achieved. We are that species. We arrived. We understood. We also destroyed. The bones do not judge us for this. Bone does not judge. Bone does not forgive or condemn or moralize or lecture. Bone does not write editorials or make policy recommendations or sign petitions. Bone simply persists. It sits in the cool dark of a limestone cave on an island in the Indian Ocean, and it waits patient, silent, indifferent to the passage of centuries for someone to come and hold it and feel its weight and understand what it means that this thing once lived and that it does not live anymore, and that the forest above, even now, is listening for the sound of a body that will never move through its branches again. The weight of the bone is the weight of the question. What do we do with what we know? Not in the abstract, philosophical, hand-wringing sense that makes people feel virtuous without requiring them to change anything, but in the concrete, specific, Malagasy sense. What do we do about the forests that are burning right now? About the lemurs that are declining right now? About the people who are hungry right now and who need the forest for reasons that are immediate and inarguable? There is no answer that satisfies everyone. There is no answer that is free. There is only the recognition that we have been here before, that this exact story has already played out, on this exact island, with this exact lineage, and we know how it ended, and the question of whether knowing the ending is enough to change it. The bones in the cave do not answer. They were never going to answer. They are bones. They do what bones do. They last. They outlast the flesh and the fur and the muscle and the heartbeat and the breath and the forest and the climate and the centuries. They outlast the species that made them and the species that killed them and the species that found them and held them and tried, too late, to understand what they meant. They will outlast us too, probably. Long after the last human has forgotten that there were ever lemurs at all, giant or otherwise, living or dead, hanging from branches or lying in caves, the bones will still be there, in the dark. In the sediment, in the cool, patient limestone of an island that was once the strangest place on earth, and that still is, if you know where to look and what to listen for and what the silence means.